Now you think it's funny. Now you wanna spend your money on girls, but you forgot when you were down, I was around. Call my love, Hank, call again. What in the world is happening? I'm listening, but don't yell at me. Isn't it ironic? All you wanna do is smoke chronic. Love, but you forgot when you were down, I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Memories don't live like people do. Say forever, me and you. I wish you'd bring back the man I knew that was good to me. Every time you say you're coming, boy, you disappoint me, honey. How you forgot when you were down that I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Miss One of these days is gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh, yeah. Oh. One of these days when your dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh, yeah. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore.
Bounce, bounce, bounce. Get the bounce, world bounce, 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 bounce. Check. Yo, I'm making short-term goals when the weather flows. Just put away the leathers and put ice on the gold. Chilly with enough bail money to free a big Willie. High stakes, I got more at stake than Billy. Chopping free, copping three. Dudes feed by IS's fully loaded. Yes, bouncing in the Lex Luger. Tire smoke like Buddha. 50 G's to the crap shooter. Players can't fade me. Chrome stocks beaming through my peripheral. I see you scheming. Stop dreaming, I leave your body steaming. Brothers is fiending, what's the meaning? I'm leaning on any player intervening with the sound of my money machining. My cup running over with hundreds. I'm one of the best players that done it. 6 digits and running, y'all brothers don't want it. I got the Godfather flow, the Don Juan, the Marco. Swear to God, don't get it twisted. stayed where I dropped my slang. I'm deep in the south, kicking up top game. Bouncing on the highway, switching four lanes. Screaming through the sunroof, money ain't a thing. Your worst fear confirmed. Me and my fam roll tight like the firm. Getting down for life, right, you better learn. Why play with fire, burn. We get together like a choir to acquire what we desire. We do dirt like worms, produce G's like sperm. Select spread like germs. I got extensive hoes with expensive clothes, and I sip fine wines and spit vintage flow. What you don't know? She can't knock the hustle. Punching the clock, my function is to make much and lay back munching. Sipping Remy on the rock, my crew, something to watch, nothing to stop. Unstoppable, scheme on the ice. I gotta hot your crew, I gotta let you players know the time like my bottle, my motto. Stack rocks like Colorado, Otto up the champagne, crystals by the bottle. It's a damn shame, but you're not though. Me, slick like a gato, Jay-Z. My pops knew exactly what he did when he made me. Try to get a nut and he got a nut in what? Straight bananas, can a player see me? Got the US Open, advantage jigger. Served like Sampras, play fake rappers like a campus. Fatigue, Paul, you too eager. You ain't having it? Good, me either. Let's get together and make this whole world believe us, In my arraignment, screaming, all us blacks got is sports and entertainment. Until we even, leaving, as long as I'm breathing. Can't knock the way you play it eating, you know?
Until the late day, I'm the one who's crazy. Cause that's the way you're making me feel. The way you make me feel. I'm just trying to get mine. I don't have the time to knock the hustle free.
What up, people? What up? Oh, still got the music going here. Is it that loud? Is it? Is it true? Oh, it might be, hold on. Does that work? Is it better? I forgot all this stuff got reset, so alrighty. On behalf of my clumsiness, wait, what do you say? Nah. Next. All right, cool. All right, so yesterday we were working on a track, and we kind of stopped, right? We had this minus this. Actually added a snare, but this is what we ended with, right? All kind of stuff, aren't we? So this is what we ended up with last night. Yo, Leonor in the building. Appreciate you stopping by, man. How you doing this evening? Wait, did I really do that? I really did that. There we go. You know, it's kind of smooth, just like this, like as it is. Now, I added some bass. Alright, I want y'all to take a listen. Alright. Got a little bass guitar in here and it sounds a little something like this. Then I layered it with the synth bass to give it some more low end. And then of course we added this snare, because you gotta have a snare, right? This is where we're at, and then I got a couple more ideas. I'm not sure, but I want to put it like for the chorus, right? Because with the chorus, it sound big. So this is one of the sounds, and this was an idea I just came up with, right? Something like that. So something like that in the chorus could work, right? Whatever, right? And then I have some strings here where I could just like the chorus, so there's some options here, right? Right? There's some options here. But I really just like this synth. Right? I really like this. That right there is killer. Killer. I definitely want to put that in and see how I feel about it. And then the strings, I don't know, but the strings would just be kind of under this like piano string combo or bell string combo going on here, right? So it will kind of, whoops. You know, so this would kind of like be layered and stacked with this. We can actually turn this down a little bit. Right? Oh, sorry. Right, so we can have something there. It's already kind of got something. So I was thinking it might also be possible if we go in here to complete. Oh, why are we on? I don't know which one it was. Okay, so we got it mixed up here. I don't even have a machine up here, so I don't know why I pulled up machine. Okay, so I might be able to okay, we can maybe blend it in a little better. But still, it's got a lot of low end, so I'm not sure how that might sound once we... Let's do something real quick. It still doesn't. Yeah. So if anything, blend the strings in with this, and I think it'll be okay. Right? So right, and then we'll work the volume and get that blended in, right? But yeah, I think at the end of the day that'll be a solid little combo. But like I said, nothing's about to top this, alright? Like that sound is just is great. It's great, alright. It's a great sound. So yeah, we were messing around in D minor here. I know yesterday I was having some difficulties. Y'all missed like the first 15 minutes while I was, messing around with different scales and chord progressions, trying to figure out what I wanted to do. I apologize for that. And I was so busy trying to find something that I wasn't paying attention to the chat. When I went back to look, I think there was like a big 15-minute gap between people going like, hey, we can't hear anything, and I'm just in a whole nother world talking to myself. But so we started on D, but our chord that we played wasn't D, right? It wasn't D, but they come together and it sounds really good, right? Which is like the dopest thing. And then we come here. And then what I did, instead of coming back here, down. So now we're playing this F, okay? And that gives us a F major 9. So, right? And that's what I'm playing up here. So it kind of changes, right, based on what we're playing in our bass. So, sorry. So when we have our D here, there's no D in this chord, right? So this is something. Like I said, my music theory is trash, but I'm learning. But we definitely got some nice little chord combination here, and it sounds really good. All right, whether this B and A minor with, some added note to it, or this is something different altogether and with another note added into it, but it's nice. I like it. Then once we right, so I'm playing this, so we're taking that from another minor scale, right? And there's some nice little combinations going on here, right? So, right, and then we play this. I believe is some kind of G diminished thing going on here, and then we're not playing G though in our bass. So I don't know if this still constitutes the same thing or does this now change it and it's no longer that, but that's what we got here. And then when we come down, I go to play the same here, but I'm not going back to D where we started. I go to F instead. So it gives it like right, then we come back here. Right, and so that bass is doing something different than it's like, that's basically what it's doing. And then we just have this, and this, and then it goes back, right? So we're not doing anything too like fancy or anything. Our movements aren't all over the place or nothing. It's just really simple, but it sounds really good, right? And that's one thing that I'm getting more acquainted with as I'm going down this this jazz road of mine is, and I guess it's good practice too, is just like pick whatever key, right? I don't know. Let's say we'll do like E, and then let's say we do like E minor, right? So you guys can't see that. Right? So then what you'll do is take E in your bass and then just play through the chords in E minor. Just listen to how it sounds, right? Right, you can go to the next note. And all it's doing is helping you hear how the chords sound under different notes, right? So you don't necessarily have to play E in the bass while you're playing E minor, right? And for shortcut purposes here, we have 3 notes in our E minor. We can take any one of these notes and put that in the bass. Okay, it's gonna sound good, right? Likewise, now you have 4 notes, so you got more notes to play with, right? Right, but sometimes it doesn't have to be the notes that you're playing, right? Because here's your E minor 7, but here's your E again, the octave, which is 8, and then this makes your 9th, right? Because basically you're playing with 2 hands. So once you get up to 7 to the octave, because there's only 7 notes in the scale, once you get there, that's where the extension starts. That's why they say chord extension, okay? Now your other hand has to get involved to be able to do this, all right? So once you do that, it repeats, but you keep counting up. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then it's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and then we don't do 15 because you're not going to get up 3 octaves, right? But, yeah, and especially as you form that chord, right? Because you're skipping every other note, you're not playing the same notes, right? All the way through. So you can count that 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, or sorry, 1, 3, 5, 7, you have 9, 11, you're 13, and then you're back up to the octave, right? But we don't count that. So this is what you have. And then there are different things you can do, right? So you want to take one of your notes, let's take our 9 here and flatten it. So you get a whole nother sound, and you can experiment, right, with what sounds good. But also, when you look at those extensions, okay, so here's our 9th. If we want, we could play that 9th as a chord, right? So I'm gonna play E minor here, but in my left hand, I'm gonna play the 9th. Like, you could do stuff like that, right? You could experiment with that stuff too, and you might get a nice sound from it. It just depends on that's how it goes, right? And that starts to fall into doing like reharmonization. So like a basic thing I could teach you is, here's our E major, right? Or E minor, sorry. If I take it down 2 degrees, right? So we're gonna take 2 notes and play the same chord, it sounds different. So again, a lot of stuff you're hearing, it sounds fancy, and then you realize it was just a nice little trick, because it's that same thing. We're just not playing, right? We're not playing the root note in the bass, right? Some music too kind of does that. You can play the same chord, and you could just right, you ever hear stuff like that? So and not all the time will it sound good, but that's just some stuff that you can do, right? So I didn't move from the C minor 7, but we just changed the bass, and we went down 2, right? And then we can change the chord if we want to, right? So there's some things that you can do that kind of help that progression. And then if you pay attention to it, even though you call yourself playing C minor 7 here, when you do this, okay, you're not playing C minor anymore, because your bass note is different. And when you look at it, that's still that C minor chord in there, and you're still gonna get that, right? But this is your A flat major, okay, and this would be a flat major 9, okay. But all we did was, by moving the bass note from here to here, do the chords, and we didn't have to move, right? So you start learning when you start doing this, and then even here you can come here if you wanted to. So I'm kind of moving it by like thirds, right? It sounds good because once it's still the same chord in it, okay? So by, at least in terms of the scale, move down by 3, right? Like it ends up playing the same notes. so you can kind of get away with playing the same chord in your right hand, right? It just works out like that. Right? It just works out like that. So I like it. It's a cool little thing that you can do. And then sometimes you don't have to start here and then move here. You can just, right? And if you keep that same pattern, like say we're gonna walk down, so we'll just walk down in our bass, right? So then when we go to step to that next one, so you get a completely different sound than this. Right? So now you have right, the seventh kind of makes it still kind of sounds almost the same, so if we take that off, right, versus right. So you could do something like, okay, we're just right, so it'll sound a whole lot different. Right, because that shifting of the bass, and at the very basic, right, the very simplistic form, if you just take it down, so you can do this, and again that goes back into that practice of, you know, you have something in the bass and then just move up. So my bass isn't moving, but I like this movement. But that bass note sounds good the entire time I'm playing just those chords. I like the way that. So technically, if it sounds good like this, right? Right, then as we and you could kind of hear that same progression because it sounded good with the tonic. It sounded good at home, right? The one. So you could. And again, it's not fancy, but it sounds really good and it sounds like you know what you're doing. All right, that's what we all about around here. No, I'm playing. But knowing this stuff will kind of help you if you're ever feeling like stuck or like, hey, I always find myself playing the same progressions over, and it's like, well, what else could I do? All right, let's. Right now you gotta get a different flavor, even though it might be the same thing, right? And now you're just like, oh, okay, right? Right? So you can turn around and again start off with that. So let's do there's a lot you can do with it. So let's say we go from C to A, right? C major to A minor. We could play, if we go down 2, it'll be our A in the bass. So we'll play it like that. And then as we come to do our A minor, okay, so you have something that sounds like this now. And it just gives it a different color to it instead of right. And again, as you kind of go down or up, or sorry, but even that sounded good right there, right? So again, this is one of those things where you could see, and now the major scale doesn't have to sound so major, right? But it's still kind of like a moody, kind of uplifting, kind of, you know, it's just not like super happy, right? Right? You just that's how it's done. That's how it's done, son. So yeah, yesterday as I was fiddling around, I was doing that, and then we snapped right on this. So wrong note. And then with this, all we're doing is alternating. It's all we're doing is alternating between these two notes. That's it. Right? That's basically all we did. There's certain things, right? Cause you're 1, that's home, and then you know your 5, that's usually where your dominant comes in. Can't play multiples here, but that's where you're, because it wants to pull back to your 1, right? So by playing off of that while the melody's going, you know it's always gonna sound good, because that's right. And then we just started adding something else. But whenever you're making melodies, that's another thing. Like, it doesn't always have to be in a chorded format, right? It doesn't always have to be, I play the 1, then I play the 5, and I play the 1, and I play the 5. Sometimes you just use those notes, right? Arpeggios, right? Like, a lot of this stuff, it sounds good because there's a formula to it. If you understand the formulas, then you're better off. Yo, Blueface in the building. Appreciate you stopping by, man. How you doing this evening? Or it's probably afternoon where you are. You doing this afternoon, man? So yeah, it's whoops. So again, you just play with different stuff, and it'll usually work out in your favor. You know, even now, this has a nice little color to it. Before we go here, but if you think about it, like I said, teaching myself to do jazz, this is the F major, right? This is our 2, this is our 5, this is our 1, right? 2, 5, 1, right? It is the same thing, except for we just raised a note here, and we got a nice little color. You like, ooh, what is that, right? But it was the same thing. Like I said, when it comes to playing music, sometimes you can do that. You can take a chord, here's our C major 7, and say, I want to take this note and I want to flatten it instead. And what do you end up with? They call it a C dominant 7, right? That's a whole different thing. C major 7, C7, right? C major 7, C7. Same thing. This is a G major 7. This is a G7, right? 2, 5, 1. 2, 5, 1. 2, 5, 1. 2, 5, 1. Right? And then you can get old school and just kind of mix it up. So we never get to the 1, 2, 5, change the key, 2, 5, right? This is the stuff that I'm learning, all right? You don't have to stay in a particular scale. You can borrow stuff, you can change stuff, you can have fun and it sound good, but you gotta know what's what, right? And so playing by ear, I only got so far. And after that, I'm like, I gotta learn how to do this stuff, because once I know how to identify it, like once I have the knowledge, you become aware of it, right? And you can't unsee it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you know it, you can't unknow it. So it's one of those things. You could be playing something and maybe I want to, raise this, or maybe I want to flatten this 5. Right? So you could take the 3, we could flatten the 3 and the 5, and now you're ending up with this diminished sound. Right? Just by moving a couple notes. So a lot of times when I'm like practicing, I'll play something I know, and then I'll just kind of like mess around and see if there's anything else I could do. Like, I know you could do that, right? But what if instead, when I go here, instead of going here, I go here? See? Get a different sound. And that might be something that you might want to try incorporating what you're doing, right? So it's up to you and what you're looking for, right? it's up to you. It's really it's endless when you think about it. And if you hit the wrong note and it don't sound good, you just go, okay, let's figure something else out. Let's see, doing good, eating this amazing lunch. Uh, your girls may enjoy, man. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. But I had some Chinese earlier, so yeah, I'm full. Had some rice, and then my aunt had sent like a box of shrimp. My daughter was wanting shrimp. She's really like me, so so yeah, it was that was good stuff. Good stuff. Now the thing that I gotta get used to is kind of like I don't like this song, right? I'm like playing a different note besides the root, or at least besides the root note that I'm playing in my right hand. So we were just talking about that. Oops. R251 here. What you could do is take one more note. This would be a D minor 9, and we could leave out the root note and play that in the bass. See how nice that sounds right there? Let's move it down here where it's not as... It's another thing you can do when you're learning chord progressions, or like different ways to variate the chord. Just start like very slowly. Just play it till you get it down. Right? And once you got it, you can go to the next one, which will be our G, right? So we got options here, but in this case, what we can do is take... Oh, y'all can't see. Y'all can't see. I'm sorry. I'm messing y'all up here. Did you even see what I'm playing here? No. Maybe it's gotta... Alright, so here is D minor 7, 9, right? We could play, take the bass note out, we want to put it down here. Okay. Alright, the next is R2, and then R1, right? And then we can also add this 4, but, right? To that. Then our next would be our G7, right? And then you also have your G9, right? And so in this, what you cause actually I guess you could call that... I guess so. Or is that the, darn it, what is it? I told you I'm trash at this, but we'll get there. But look, alright. So you're practicing. When you go to push your G, keep these notes the same. And you're just gonna take this note right here, and then you're just gonna move it down. 1. That's it. Simple, right? Again, it sounds fancy, really simple. Right? And again, we're not playing the root in our bass, right? So it's just something to like practice and get used to. And we're not doing too much. So you can go sit at a piano and sound really fancy, right? So after you do that, so you have this, then you have this, then all you're gonna do is shift, because we're gonna play C, that's our 1, right? So here's our C major 9, take the C out here, put in the bass. Then you could take 1 finger and do that same thing, just move it down, right? I like to take both these two and move them down 1. It just sounds better to me. Right? So if you go back, right? But they say move 1, right? Where it's the same, but that sound right there to me is just, I don't like it. It's off. But it's good. It doesn't sound bad. It's just when you're playing it. Sorry. What am I doing wrong? That right there just makes me feel better. This right here, it's kind of like, I don't know, it just aggravates me, all right? And then, okay, so once you get that down, right, the last thing you're gonna do is probably the hardest part. Start here, walk up, you're gonna land here on A, and then remember that, right, that, or you can do it like this. So you're gonna play that. That's probably the hardest part, because you gotta, then 1 finger, and then just take these 3 and shift it over, go back to D, and you're home, right? Right? And it sounds really fancy, but it's really simple, And with a little bit of practice, you'll have it down pat, and then you don't have to you don't have to do this all the time, right? You'll be like, yeah, okay. Okay, that's cool and all, but can you play that? They'll be like, oh shit. All right, just throw them off a little bit, right? There's so many like simple ones you could do, and hopefully, right? Because look, we see it all the time, right? I'm sure you can find many like YouTube shorts and all that. And it's like, yeah, you play this and then play this and then play this, right? And then we're gonna do this and then you're gonna whatever, right? And they're like showing you stuff, but it's not very fancy and it sounds very boring when you go to play it at a piano. You're like, look, I can play this song, and you're just like, and it just sounds very boring, right? But if you could learn some stuff where it actually has you put some notes in there and it's not hard for you to do, right? Then you might get some better sounding stuff, right? You might even get some people interested in wanting to play. Right? Because you're not really doing anything, but it sounds really good. I mean, you are doing something, but in terms of your movement, right? So you could take your quote unquote circle of fifths, right? And we could do this. And you could rack your brain around trying to memorize the movements and the jumps and where you're playing. Or you add this fourth note right here. See how much easier that just became? You see how much easier that just became? Because I don't have to do this. I could just... Okay, because this is our C major 7, and when we take these two notes and move them down a note, okay, what we end up with is G, B, D. Hold on, we're on the wrong thing. Sorry. So when I take it down, it's G, B, D, F, which is going to be the same thing as G, B, D, F. It's called an inversion, right? So without it, it doesn't really work out for you, does it? Like that. But when you do this, it does, and you get the same sound, and you don't have to do all the jumping around. And you can just walk it down the scale. Right? And it's so much easier to do, right? And you're gone. The only thing you gotta worry about is your bass notes. That's it. But even that is easy because you're just going down, up. Just the last note you were playing. You're playing D, jump down to D or G, then you come back up to C, and you play the F, then you go to the B. You're walking, right? You're just walking on both sides the same way you're walking on both sides here, right? I got 2 fingers moving here, and then 2 fingers move here. That's it. It's just a walk, and you're doing the same thing here, right? Sorry, I went down. But that's it. And so, yeah, the more I'm starting to kind of learn, it's easier if you can play 4 notes to kind of move around and get to things, right? And it works. Doesn't matter what scale you're on. And then we can take an extra note here to get some. But you get what I'm saying. All right. So yeah, you have to do it. Um, there's my uncle had a good post that he put up. It's his photo, and it was like there were books, 3 stacks of books. One said from theory, and there were like 2 books underneath. Um, I forget what the middle column said, and there were maybe about, there's like a few more, maybe like 6 or 7. And then the last column said from mistakes. And there was just like, maybe 30 books stacked up there. And basically saying like what you learn, right? The majority of what you learn is going to come from mistakes. So make them. It's okay. Make the mistakes. So it sounds to the shrimp and the fried rice. Yeah, it was good. It was good, man. So yeah, I may not have been streaming as much or like making music, but I've been doing more practice. And I think the last thing I kind of left you guys with was what they call the Royal Road progression, right? Which you hear in a lot of like anime music and music out east or out in like, I want to say Asia, but definitely Japan. All right, but I could be right on that, right? And so it's 4, like we're in C major, right? It'd be your 4, your 5, your 3, and your 6 degree in the scale, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And that's the end of the scale, right? If you do it this way, triads is a bit of jumping you do, not too much, right? But it stays kind of close. This is probably the biggest jump you're gonna make is from that 3 to the 6. But if you play with 4 notes, right? All I gotta do is take these 3 and move it down. And all I gotta do is take my thumb and move it over. And then all I gotta do is take these 2 fingers, right? So it makes it easier to kind of play. And with that extra note, it sounds really good, right? So you can play around with it. Again, like I said, you can raise notes, you can lower notes, right? And then you could also build off of that. So right, and you could change the song entirely, right? From what it started out, you can use that as like a foundation, and then if you want, you can just build other stuff off of it, right? And then what's cool is once you get used to the scales, the numbering, right, etc., and you can start to make use of the chord progressions because it's in Roman numerals, which pertains to the numbering, right? So once you understand that, then it doesn't matter because you could find yourself in another major key, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. So it'd be 4, 5, 3, 6, right? So let's say I think this would be it, right? So that's our 4. And then what were the moves we made while we were in C major? We just took these 3 fingers and moved them to the next available notes. Right? And so the movements you make can be repeated in another major key, right? Whatever you learn in that scale can be duplicated in another key. So that's one of the things. Once you learn something in one, right, then it doesn't matter if you go to E minor, right? Or sorry. Wait, actually, yeah. Okay, it's the same thing. Sorry, that would be so. Cause it's just that walk up, right? So we do. This note is always that half step, so right? Same thing can be repeated as long as you're in that same scale, that same mode. The key doesn't matter because the pattern is the same, right? So that's the minor scale, that's the sound. That's a different key, but it's still that familiar sound. So because it has the same, it's familiar, right? So since there's that consistency, anything you learn from one key, it transposes, right, to any of the keys, as long as the scale is the same. So now once you change that and go, well, I don't want to do minor, I want to do major, you can still take the same movements. It's not going to sound the same, right? You'll get something completely different, and it may or may not be to your liking. This is how it is, right? Yeah, I think I ran it long enough, right? I think we ran it enough. Yeah. So I definitely, this might be a hit or miss. I have to see how I feel about it. But I am gonna add it. I do wanna add that. And then for sure, we're about to get this in. I messed it up. That's okay. But I want to add this in here because I think this is gonna be I wanna get that in there, so we're gonna record this in and see how we feel about it. this stuff doesn't have to be hard at all, right? It can be really simple, but at the end of the day, you still got to put in the work. There's no easy path for this. So I'm sorry. I wish there was, but there isn't. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. I definitely butchered the last two. That's okay. Say okay. Oh shoot, I didn't mean to do that. So right here is where I basically kind of played the notes pretty fast and it creates like a slide. So what we're gonna do is got these kind of crossing over really quickly because it wasn't like we were just holding, it was just really quick, right? So this might not be correct, but we'll see in a second. We'll do the same thing here. And then I'm gonna slide here. This might be okay. So because the way I played this, it might not be in a 4. It might be more of like a thirds. So we might have to. We'll see. But I'm just listening, like back to how I did it, and it might be more that way. So, because the way this kind of, here we go, take it down, let's say it's probably here. Yeah, we kind of messed up the notes there. So, wait. I think that's what it was. It should have. Here, I don't know, do we just hold it or do we? Let's see, I was right here, I could be wrong. Yeah, let's just take it to the end here. Turn this down. Let's go back. kind of a spike there. That'll come up a little more. Turn this a little bit. Okay, and then again, I want to put these strings in. I don't know if it'll stay, but it just makes it too busy. Yeah, we could leave it out, or maybe somewhere later in the song this could come in. Could always come in another part, or we just leave it out completely. But I like this. Didn't cut it too short. Whoops. Didn't cut it too short. So yeah, all in all, this is it's quite a journey too. So not only are we talking about different ways to kind of like play things, especially I guess from a keyboard standpoint, but you have a guitar, right? And it doesn't necessarily guitars don't necessarily play right the way that a pianist would play, right? I guess a good example, right, and what's kind of helping me kind of step out is if I'm playing like a C major 7, the guitarist may not start on the C, right? What they like to do is something like maybe, right? And that kind of goes back to this melody that we just played, right? What are we doing? We're alternating between our 5 and our 1, right? And so a lot of times, guitarists, what they like to do is go from that 5 to 1, right? Right? It's not necessarily that they're gonna start on the same note that you're playing, right? On this in the same thing, they'll pick another note to kind of play off of. And if I'm gonna play D, we're in our D minor, right? Our A is our 5th. That's our 1, our 3rd, our 5th, right? 2nd, 4th. So what they'll do is they'll start on that 5, right? And they'll meet you there, right? So while you're playing 1, they're playing 5, and it sounds good because this sounds good, right? Right? So it sounds good. They're like certain like formulas. It helps to kind of keep everything, if it's playing at the same time, it keeps it sounding good, right? Because okay, you might have started on C, but the guitar started on G, and I don't know, the trumpet player started on F, and even though that may not make sense to you or you may not hear it, that was a D minor being played by 3 different instruments, right? 3 different sounds, 3 different textures, whatever. But it melds, and you're like, how did that work? That's how it worked. With theory, right? So knowing these things sound good together, the bass gonna play, you're gonna play, and I guess the bass guitar doesn't go up this high, so we're kind of stuck here. Let's say you play here, and then let's say something else plays up here, right? It still sounds good, and even though there may be 3 different instruments when the notes hit, right? It sounds really nice and really smooth because it's being built off of that chord, but it's not the same instrument, and the same instrument doesn't have to play all of the notes, right? So that's another struggle of mine too, which is why with the bass, we kind of played around, and I was like, well, I'll struggle with it off stream, right? Because I'm still kind of trying to learn the tricks of the bass. All right, so like trying to get into like a groove, right? Because it's just not, or right. You could do this, but it just sounds just it's just so dull, right? And the bass guitar is usually, just depending on what it is, they want to be in a right. They want to be in some kind of a groove, right? And so you gotta like you gotta get into it when you're playing the bass. You can't just yeah, I know. When we turn to synth bass, we could do that all day, right? Just like we could sit there and do that all day. When you have a bass guitarist, they're not gonna play like that. They're like, bruh, I gotta feel this thing, and I'm gonna like fill it in, right? Do-dum, 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 right? Like they're gonna go in, right? Even if it's like more chill. I'm not saying it's gotta be all aggressive and stuff like that all the time, right? But a lot of like funk and stuff like that. There's a lot of movement going on in the bass if you pay attention. It might it might be sorry, we're in the wrong thing over here. So it might right like it might be the same notes, but like the way they're trying to play it, right? They're trying to play it like melodic. They're trying to give some kind of melody to it. Right? They're trying to play their own little melody. Whereas when you use like the bass synth, a lot of times people just it's just there to kind of like hold notes. I don't hear too many people unless it's like say the Moog bass. I know a lot of people that'll they'll get down on it, but most times 9 out of 10 when I hear like synth bass, right, or like 808s, it's just we play the same like there's no real melody to it, and we get it, right? It might just kind of help and accompany the song, you know, and whatever, and then we feel the rumble, and that's it. That's all we need, right? But when you're playing bass, there's something about it. You gotta have a groove, right? Um, so yeah, that's one thing I've been working on, and so it's not gonna be actually having the instrument, but I can get close. All right, I can get close. this, right? Alright, so for something like this, what we could do is all this is doing is we're creating the illusion that this sound is being played in the back, right? So now it doesn't take away from some of the other elements that are playing, right? So you can still hear stuff like this really well. You can also hear right, and you'll still be able to hear so I'm trying to think a few steps ahead, and you have to when you're creating things, because the way it sounds in your head and then what you actually end up putting down, like right off the bat, it's not gonna sound like that, because we gotta go and edit that stuff, right? So when it comes to the mixing and stuff like that's a whole nother mind game, right? And we do that stuff. And I definitely do a walkthrough on why I'm doing things and why I'm doing it. But I guess what I'll say there is, once you find the fundamentals, the places where a certain sound, right, it's like sounds really good, or you have clarity, or there might be warmth there or something, it doesn't always call for you to have to boost it, right? That sounds good in solo. It's always gonna sound good in solo, right? If I solo all of this, I go, okay, there's like clarity right here. It sounds really good, so I'm gonna turn this up here, and that kind of sounds good, so I'm gonna turn this up here. If I start doing this to all of this, I'm gonna be right back where I started, right? Why is that? Because you gotta understand what you're doing when you're using an EQ. You're not taking anything out, you're not putting anything in, you are increasing and decreasing volume on specific frequency ranges, okay? So just because right here in this range it sounds really good and really clear doesn't mean you need to turn it up, right? So a way you could look at it is, this is your stage, right? If you don't have a visual EQ, of course you're not gonna see it, but start picturing it, okay? Because at some point, people are going to want to perform this. You're going to want to perform it. The artist who bought it may want to perform it. Maybe they want to hire a band, whatever, right? What's the arrangement of that band that's playing the music that you're creating? The music you're creating in your head, where's that band? Where are they positioned, right? So if I have a trumpet player, okay, am I gonna put the trumpet player in front of the singer? Take the mics out, take all that extra stuff out. We have to project raw sound. We have to project. Would I put the trumpet player, right? Would I put a brass section in front of a singer? No, So why would you turn up the brass? Don't make any sense. Okay, it sounds good, but the brass belongs in the back, right? So you can create the illusion that it's kind of soft, even though we know brass can get loud and can get really intense, right? So don't boost the brass unless it's probably the only thing that's gonna be up there, or there's a string section of the brass. Like you have to. It's gonna vary depending on what you got going on. But 9 times out of 10, I don't care what orchestra you're watching, brass and string players, y'all back there. So instead of taking those frequencies and turning them up effectively, this is your stage, and you're up there. You're looking down. You're seeing the floor. If I turn this up, I'm saying push them to the front of the stage, push them closer to the audience. That's why it sounds louder, right? Push them to the front of the audience. Does it make sense? With everything you have going on, does it make sense? If it doesn't, then that's the wrong move to make, right? So when I'm hearing all of those sounds, if there's a sound I want to stand out, then other sounds have to stand back, right? And so you would drop it at that point. And so in solo, that might not sound very good, right? But in the grand scheme of everything else playing, it's nice, because if I turn this up, now I start to drown out the other sounds, because now this is coming to the forefront. Okay? Which don't make any sense. And you don't have to, do all of that. Just enough to where it feels like it's behind the rest of what's playing. That's it. Can I hear the other elements playing right now? Great, that's it. That's as far as I go. So some people will hear the beats and they're like, they like how certain things blend and how nice it is, how clean it sounds, whatever. And a lot of this is just making those decisions of what goes where. Like you really have to have the mental capacity to fix problems. Like you really have to be a problem solver to the highest degree, because you're gonna hear stuff, or things are gonna be playing, and you got to be able to organize. Like there's a lot of stuff that goes into it. I know I say it gets pretty technical. It does, right? You got to be able to analyze what you're hearing, know what that means, and then what's the best way to solve it, right? Because it's not always one way, but what's the best way, right? What's going to be the most efficient way to handle that, so you don't end up with like a chain with 30 effects on it, just to do something as simple as turn this down and pan that to the right. Why'd you do all that? Well, I was trying to get to right? We ain't trying to hear that, right? But yeah, some things are just solved very simply. But as it was playing, I noticed it was kind of blaring. But as I turned the volume down, we kind of lose some of the presence. But that can be fixed, right, if I turn it back up by making the cut. So I was like, hold on, let me just check, because if it starts to sound, if it appears that I'm losing the sound when I do that, then I would rather find something else, even if it takes me another 30 minutes off stream to cycle through sounds to find something that's close to what's being played, but will have like the same characteristics that I'm looking for, and could work, right? So yeah, something like that. Um, like this. This works. This works. This works really good. I think it was this one. Either this one or this one. Um, we kind of started on stream, but we didn't really have anything. I never went back to it either, which is we're not gonna talk about it. We're not gonna talk about it. All right. But I like the idea. I just never went back to it to listen to and see what I could do. Oop, did I probably did. My bad, folks. I think it crashed because it hate me, but I was also pushing buttons, so I might have forced it. Something. Oh, so I think this if it's not this one, it's definitely number 3. I'm trying to think about what this is. I believe 1 and 2 are done for sure. Actually, I think. Hold on. Let's check my folder real quick. Yeah, 1 and 2 are done, but not 3 and 4. So I want to know what these are. Okay, I think this is the one we didn't. This is the one we didn't finish. I don't know. I was trying to. This right here might be. I don't even have these sorted, but I do. Wait, what are... I think this was, maybe I did add to it. I think this was the one. Yeah, this was the one. We had started on it and then yeah, as far as this, I don't know. It just doesn't. I like this part. I don't like this part going up to it. And then this is just kind of. I tried to have like kind of play under this. But I like this a lot better than I like this. Might take some time, but That's our idea, so we'll keep it. Now, what is this? So 1 and 2 are done. We're working on 5, which is almost completed. 4 needs work. What is 3? Why does it look like it's... Well, I guess we'll just play it and see what we get here. Usually I could see it and go, oh yeah, I know exactly what this is. That's crazy, right? But you've been working on a project for so long. When you pull it up and you see the just the pattern of it, you don't have to play it. You just see the pattern and you're like, I know exactly what this sounds like. No? Nobody else? It's just me? Is it just me? Alright. Alright, I guess it's just me. But yeah, a lot of times I'm in this stuff so much, like I open up the project file. I may not necessarily be able to go, oh yeah, this number goes with this, but the moment the project opens and I see it, like boom, then it clicks and I go, okay, this is the one, or this ain't it. Like I could tell once it's loaded, but before then, sometimes I'm just like, what's in here? Like, you made it. I know, but still, I gotta wait till I actually get in. But that also comes with, once you have like so many thousands, these names and the numbers associated with them, they're like placeholders. They're just there. It doesn't mean anything. I'll try and give some kind of name to kind of maybe keep me focused on what I'm doing or something that I want to work on or try to achieve throughout this so-called series. All right, but it's not like I was just like I don't know, scary beats, and then every beat's like some kind of horror thing. It's just there. Like people, like the last series I just finished up was called Augmented Reality. If anything, I wanted to work on kind of creating music that works with like everyday life. Is pretty much right. It have to be elevator music or something. No, I'm just saying the music should be able to kind of help, right? Enhance, elevate everyday life. Like I should be able to play that stuff and be like, all right, cool. I feel more focused or more alert. I didn't feel like I had the strength when I got in the gym to do, but here we are, right? I can play this stuff and now I feel like, all right, come on. I just hype myself up and like the music helps, right? I don't know. I'm having a bad day, whatever. Like I could play this stuff and it'll kind of help. So there was something that I wanted to kind of focus on, but the name was just kind of that's how it started. But did you have to? No. But by the time we got towards the end of it, right? Because I can go to the beginning and show you what it sounded like. It definitely did not meet that standard. But by the time we got towards the end, yeah, we definitely had something that started to kind of live up to the name. Okay. probably still needs a little work, and this. Was that not it? Nope. So then where is it? Here we go. It's this sound. Maybe in, but it's definitely like a clash, like major. Maybe that won't be so bad. It's just that drum, right? That one drum, that lower drum that's hitting. Even then, there's still that other drum. I want to say it's this one right here. I could go find some other like percussive instruments that are a bit cleaner, that'll blend in with this a little better. Outside of that, I like it. Might work better being slower. Yeah, we can experiment with like the tempo of it. Do you think it'll probably work better at like a slower tempo? See, that was this. We went through. That's a lot. I still need to find Blackheart. I think I seen him streaming a couple days ago or so. But he had asked me to if I would take one of his songs, one of his beats he made off of his Spotify. Like hit me up while I was streaming from the D-Live platform. And I started to kind of build on it, but I didn't like the drums. And I told him I'd finish it. It's still here. Shh. If he's watching, cover your ears. Cover your ears, man. Alright, so but yeah, I need to finish this. The rest of these are still kind of, and it's not to say that they can't be completed. They're just not ready. These are completed, just not mixed, and then these are mixed. So at some point, all right, we'll stop the creation process. Once I get on a roll, I just kind of like to go, but also understand what that means, and to all the poor beats that I should be going back to to wrap up. I'm so sorry, but we're on a mission here. But yeah, I still got quite a bit to mix down. But two, because I just keep everything in like one folder, it made it very hard to remember the ones that I needed to do. So I started doing this, so it actually kind of helps me once it's done, move it into a different folder, right? Then once we get it mixed and it's all processed and everything, move that into a different folder. That way I know I got the ones that are just completed all the way from start to finish, they're done. And then the ones that at least completed from a creation arrangement standpoint, bam, those are in another folder. And then I know, okay, these are done. I just need to go and mix it together. This I actually played during the intro to the stream, and I need to actually mix this down because I wanted to start uploading. There's this one, there's two others. One's done, the other I'm still working on, and I want to put them on SoundCloud because they have vocals to them. Found acapellas and then it's kind of built around them. Just built them to like kind of like how I felt for it, right? I wasn't like trying to recreate sound that already existed. Like, what else could I do? Now, I ain't gonna lie, there's the one that's not done yet. It does kind of sound just a little bit, right? And I guess that's just because same scale. Outside of that, yeah, I just try and create what comes up to me and let that be that. And as long as it sounds good, putting it out. Everything don't have to be. Does it have to be trap, man? Can we just make some stuff? Uh-oh. I don't like that. One of these are like struggling. It's this one.
She's not a lover, just a friend. Sick and tired, arguing to blame on me.
Look at this. Tempo too low. Forget you. Tell me the tempo's too low.
Spend your money on girls, but you forgot when you were down.
Even the library's like, speed it up, man. Come on.
Call my love, ain't call again. What in the world is happening? I'm listening, but don't yell at me. Isn't it ironic? All you wanna do is smoke chronic. Love, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Memories don't live like people do.
I need you to get it together.
Me and you. I wish you'd bring back the man I knew that was good to me. Every time you say you're coming, boy, you disappoint me, honey. How you forgot when you were down that I was
that's for
around.
the drums, okay.
I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Miss me.
This one too. Okay, that should do it. I think they just needed to to load. Cause like while it's trying to, there it goes.
One of these days it's gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh yeah. Oh. One of these days when your dreams come true, that's the one.
And this looks kind of scrambled because this is running through a machine. So it's corresponding with the pads. Alright, I need you to cut it. Cut it. This sucker said we're playing forever. There's nothing playing. Is there a way we could just mute this sound? I don't think that's it. It's like volume or something. I really just want to get rid of it. Stop button does absolutely nothing. Oh my goodness, it worked. So, this is new equipment. So, the reason why I haven't been using it is because it's new and it's going to hinder my workflow until I get it down. So, kind of my priority is mastering my piano, but I still gotta get into this and how to do different things with it and all that. And then eventually what we'll get to is my drums, or whenever I do samples, we'll run it off of this bad boy, and like so. I think I do want to learn how to use this DAW. However, for now, since I can use it in here, and with some help from people on YouTube, all right, we got some. We just butchered that, didn't we? I don't love it. Could we do auto? There we go. So that we got it routed. I had to do some stuff in here too. That's how we got. That's how we got what we got.
Just a friend, sick and tired, arguing to blame on me. Now you think it's funny, now you wanna spend your money.
But yeah, so we got it routed through there, and I like it this way, because I can utilize some of the effects in here and apply them to my drums, like simulating some of these MPCs, right? MPC 60 and stuff like that. So kind of emulate that sound, put them on my drums, and so I can get those kind of extra hard or like crunchy sounding drums, and then have it routed to where it shows up into the mixer. So from there, I can then, and I have a mixer here, where I could go and do things, and I use my keyboard. I can adjust the volume levels and all that, but I still want it here because I do all my processing here, my EQs, compression, and all that stuff. So I like having it routed. I can still take advantage of Machine and all of that stuff, and then it just gets routed here, and then I work from the mixer here instead of trying to learn how to do all that in here. So eventually, when I get to learn this DAW for like sampling, stuff like that, then what I want to do is, after I'm done creating it, we'll just bounce it out, and then we'll do all the mixing and stuff in FL, because FL is what I've been using for almost all of my music career. There was a point where I was using Acid Pro, which was owned by Sonic Foundry, and then later Sony bought it, and then Sony sold it to a company called Magix, MIGIX, and now they own the suite, right? Vegas Pro and all that stuff. But yeah, I used that for a brief moment just because that's how I was recording my vocals, but I was making beats in FL Studio from like the jump. And then Acid Pro was for doing the recording of the vocals and all that stuff. And yeah, so it's kind of all I know. Now that it's like easier to go in here and record and basically make a whole song, in FL, it's like, well, you didn't need to venture out to another DAW to try and learn anything. And then along came Machine. And since the hardware and the software are, they work together, so you can use the hardware to manipulate the software, it was like, well, this is gonna have to be something I learn now, right? Eventually, it'll make for an easier workflow, but I don't have time to kind of focus on trying to learn the DAW, but I'm too busy practicing. Practicing my keyboard skills. Let's see if we can.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's leave it like that. And try and do this kind of quick. But all we did was ran high pass and low pass on this sound. All right. I know. You see videos and they're like, you just need this EQ and listen to what it does to your kick, and then go on and do stuff. But at the end of the day, you have to remember, you still have to high pass and low pass, all right? Even if this is a really cool EQ, all right? It doesn't give you that ability. However, there are ones that do give it to you, so you still need to apply. And if you don't have this one, then just take a regular EQ and do your high pass, low pass. I think that works. I need to find out where to get like one of those like analyzers. I seen a video and it kind of goes over it went over this EQ in particular, but I would assume it will work for any, right? that it generated is so much different than the curves we make when we are using like stock EQs or any of the like more fancy digital like EQs, right? These analog EQs, the curves were much greater, right? So we make like little slim curves, right? We have stuff like, okay, there we go. So we'll do something like that, right? We'll probably something like this, right? But when you look at the curve that the analog EQs are making, there's something like this. It's like a lot wider. So if you went to go boost at 60, you're like picking up all this other stuff too, right? And so the reason why it sounds warmer, right, is because it's picking up more frequencies and actually turning them up as you're boosting it, as opposed to it just being something the way it was made, right? And then it's not a bell curve, right? When you're messing with that low end, it's a shelf, right? Maybe we skipped over. Okay, forget you then. Maybe this one. There we go. So you would get more of like a. Oh, that's why I was messing with this, not that. So it's something like this. So if you were to go over to say like 60, right, it would start picking up all this other stuff, right? And then when you use the attenuation with this at the same time, there would be another curve that would start over here, wider, right? And you would get like a really cool sound, but they're like really wide, they're really wide bands. But you get on the internet and they start telling you use these narrow bands and keep it around this, right? And that's cool. So we go and we get these. Yeah, 2014. So we'll have a band like this, and we'll okay, all right, and we'll make boosts like this, but the analog EQs are doing something like this, right? The curve is much wider, right? Even when they're pulling down, they say it's better when you're cutting to use more of a narrow thing, right? But the analog EQs aren't doing it. So is it really better? If everybody keeps running to analog and they're telling you how great it sounds, then why are we doing this when they're doing this? You know what I'm saying? So kind of looking at that stuff just kind of opened my eyes, and I was just like, I need one of those so I could like show people and they could see as we're making these moves like what's actually happening. So we got this. We did our high pass, low pass, so it doesn't matter about the shelf. All right, we already cut off some stuff, so we don't have to worry about it boosting stuff that we've already cut out. All right, so and of course we have these going at the same time, so we'll get a boost over at like 60 where we want to, and then when we do the attenuation somewhere off here, it starts to create a dip, right? Which is kind of which is basically what I like tell people when we EQ. Like it's not enough to just say like, okay, I could see there's a lot of energy here, so I'm just gonna like boost over here. It's like, nah, check the rest of it, because there might be areas that don't sound good and you could clean it up, right? So if we clean that up and we turn these down, it actually sounds like it tightens up the kick, right? Because those frequencies are now becoming less pronounced, that little hollow, right? So now it sounds cleaner, it sounds tighter, you know what I'm saying? So you gotta go through and you might find some stuff, right? maybe the kick didn't have enough snap to it or something like that, or it's not cutting through enough. Well, you can come over here and find an area that'll allow that kick to kind of stick out a little bit more, right? You don't just have to go over here and go, all right, that's it, boom, I'm done and gone. Nah, you gotta clean this stuff up too. There's other places, and it's going to help because you also have to create space for the other sounds that will be playing, right? Like this, right? So we have this clap coming in, and that dip that we put in our kick. Somewhere over there, this clap, this snare is going to pop up. And now, since those frequencies are turned down in there, you can actually hear the snare more prominently than you would if you hadn't have done that, right? So, giving everything its space, everything its place, right? With that being said, let's make sure we put our volume back. I'm gonna leave this alone. I'm not gonna touch it. I think that's fine. All right. So again, always it makes it sound too thin. So it's gonna stop at 100. The other starts at 3K. So let's pull this one. This will kind of help us since our clap is somewhere in the mid range. Oh, I went too far over, didn't I? Usually it's over here where it actually sounds kind of nice. Yeah, so usually in the 500 hertz area, snares and stuff, I'll say between the 300 and the 500, you're usually going to hear some stuff. I like going with the 500 just because if I'm picturing some wide curve, I know it's probably going to hit here and also here. Sometimes you might get some boxiness like between this. So setting it here in the middle, well, not here because it's peak, so I can only boost here. Dip where I can cut, so we go here and then we turn this up so that we can start to cut into that frequency, right, or range. I like that. If there's a place where we can boost where it sounds good, it's probably going to be somewhere more down this way, right? So between the two. Like this one right here. Let's turn the volume down just a little bit. Get back to where we had it. All right. Now, notice I'm not doing too much to this stuff, and I'm not going and slapping compressors on everything, writing all the channels. Well, for one, I got this stuff routed to a bus, so we'll do some compression and stuff over there. But these days we're working with a lot of high quality sounds, right? Just out of the gate, out of the sample pack, it's already high quality. We just might need to go and clean it up. Alright? We don't need to do a lot of fancy stuff to it and tricks to try and get it to. No. We already bought packs that were made for hip hop or trap or whatever genre we're working in. So it's usually already done. Right? And you just have to do minor stuff like go in and maybe clean out, turn down some frequencies, maybe boost some stuff you like. But the work has been done for you for the most part. So $500. I'd rather stay on the safer side, so we can go with that. For hats, I talk about this often. I usually just low pass, high pass. If I feel like the hi-hats are a little much, then I'll probably cut in some area, but rarely do I find myself actually wanting to boost hi-hats, open hats, crash cymbals. I usually don't do it. High pass, low pass, done, because they're already very energetic, right? They're already very energetic. You don't need to like necessarily do anything. Plus, again, thinking a few steps ahead, once we get over to the bus, I'm going to put saturation, which is going to make this even more energetic, right? So, giving it more energy, we don't need to turn it up, all right? So, some people do. That's their thing. They want to go in there and boost it. They can. But if you do it, do like just a little. Those frequencies, it can get out of control really quickly. Maybe like, oh, it doesn't sound so bad. And then like 2 minutes into it, you start noticing your ears. Oh, okay. Yeah. Your ears sound tired. You don't want to listen to this again after you heard it. Or after a couple of times you start feeling like, man, I feel like I'm starting to get a headache. Yeah. So, I usually don't play around with those too much. If anything, I'm always like trying to find, can I turn it down, right? And not up.
Now you think it's funny. Now you wanna spend your
I'll see how I feel about that, but we lost a little volume.
you think it's funny. on girls, but you forget.
And this one we could probably.
I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Memories don't live like people do. Say forever, me and you. I wish you'd bring back the man I knew that was good to me. Every time you say I'm coming, boy, you disappoint me, honey. How you forgot when you were down that I was. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh, yeah. Oh. One of these days when your dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh, yeah. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't
That
miss you anymore.
Okay, this is over. Okay.
I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore.
That makes sense. All right. We're gonna do. All right. So add some more energy.
Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss.
So the drums aren't as present. And now it's subtle, okay? But we can get it to just kind of cut through the other elements a little bit better. And it'll be even more better. It'll be even better once we go and clean this stuff up too. I think this is all right here. 250, maybe a little too much. If it was 200, I'd probably pick it. 150 is okay. Somewhere between like 120, 160 is usually a good starting point. When high passing instruments, just because it leaves room for kick, bass, right? Your snares, stuff like that. So doesn't interfere, doesn't go in there and really try and clash with it. And then of course your hi-hat and stuff's on the other side of things. So at that point, is that really it? Yeah. So we can either stop it here, which isn't too bad. This makes it more bright. If I cut here at 8, it would leave a lot more room for elements that kind of live up in the higher frequency range by giving them right from 8K up to 20K. Even though I'm not going that high, but it still leaves all that space open for those sounds. Right? Own space, own place. That's all we're worried about. Now, I'm not worried about in solo, though. It just sounds like it's not as clear. Right. Because you're not going to hear that stuff anyway, because you have other sounds that need that space. So, all we're doing is making room, packing it in, so everybody, everybody can have fun. Enjoy the party. What I'm gonna do is actually, before we do that, saturation is kind of like sugar, right? Goes just about anything. So, unless you're not a sugar person, you're more of like a salty person. I think there's something there in what I just said, but I don't know. Let's see. So as we're driving our input, you notice the volume getting louder too. So don't worry, we will correct that. But as we're driving this, we are creating distortion, but it is subtle distortion. Not that harsh digital distortion. Let's see. So about -18. So you see how much louder that we've gotten? Take our output and we're gonna go back. That's all we needed. All right. All right, so here we're gonna use again, just because I've been doing this for a while. There's certain places you get familiar with. This actually sounds kind of cool, right? But here, kind of starts sounding like this. Okay, that's the boxy, the hollow, right, place that we're talking about. So we can take this and then drop it. And immediately just cleans up that sound, makes that sound seem tighter. Okay. If you don't do anything else, find the box. Remember that. Find the box. Instantly make a sound 10 times better if you just clean up the bad parts. You don't even have to do anything with the good parts. Just clean up the bad parts. Because like I said, most of this stuff is already like made to go. Right? They went and probably boosted stuff for you already. Sometimes you take the hi-hats and you see it's been EQ'd or they panned it already, right? They already processed it to some degree, right? So for you, it makes your job 8 times easier. If you need a little more bump out of it, fine, boost it. But just because you got a kick don't mean you need to boost the kick. Just because you've seen somebody else do it. Know what it is you're trying to achieve, and it'll make your goal 100 times easier, right? Okay, I like that sound right there, but talk to me again. I actually like that. But don't have to turn it up too much. What about 2? Nope. Alright, so let's do... Alright. Yeah, let's leave it on 5. Alright, and then turn this down a little bit. Perfect.
More story back again.
Did I did. What was I thinking? Just cut all that off, right? Take it to like 3. I don't think you need to go that far, even though you don't hear anything. Still, just in case.
More story back again. All my love ain't call again. What in the world is happening? I'm listening, but don't yell at me. Isn't it ironic? All you wanna do is smoke chronic. Love, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Memories don't live like people do. Said forever. Me and you. I wish you'd bring back the man I knew that was good to me. Every time you say you're coming, boy, you disappoint me, honey. How you forgot when you were down that I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Miss you. All my love ain't call again. What in the world is happening? I'm listening, but don't yell at me. Isn't it ironic? All you wanna do is smoke chronic. Love, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore.
Alright, so a lot of times, between the 200, 300 range, I'll tell you, find the box, find that. Let's do like 2. You don't need very much. I don't think it needs too much. You know what?
Love, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Memories don't live like people do. Said forever.
Alright, now we can get to this bad boy.
Bring back the man I knew that was good to me. Every time you say you're coming, boy, you disappoint me, honey. How you forgot when you were down that I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door.
That's why I was like that. Okay. I think at one point they don't. Smart man, Sigma. Alright. Because I have this bass playing, and then this is kind of on the lower frequencies as well. And I thought, because like, why is the volume on the bass guitar down so much? I thought these two were blending, but they never do. So darn it, I keep forgetting this. Unless I could have ran this out through one channel. That's okay. Add some panning. Alright. So energy runs from your left to your right. Okay? Lower frequencies are more pronounced in your left ear. If you were to cover your right ear and speak or just listen to your environment, the lower frequencies, the bass frequencies, are more pronounced in your left ear than the higher frequencies. Likewise, higher frequencies are more present in your right ear than the bass frequencies, right? Than the low frequencies. So, when it comes to panning, use this to your benefit, okay? This guitar here is playing more on a higher frequency than, say, this guitar. Okay, so I'm gonna pan this guitar to the right because my right ear will pick it up easier. And my left ear will pick up the other guitar easier. So we're gonna pan that to the left. Okay. solved, right? No, we didn't pan too much. I did like 25% pan. So in your headphones, you might notice a little bit. But coming out of your speakers, you're not gonna notice too much. It's still gonna almost sound centered, but we're not trying to leave everything at the center of the speaker. That will also cause a clash, right? So as we are making space and things of that nature with using stuff like EQ, we also use panning, okay, to separate sounds as well, right? Own space, own place, right?
One of these days when your dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh, yeah. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't.
This one, I'm not gonna necessarily pan, but we will widen it, which is kind of like panning, except for this is like panning it equally to the left and to the right. Widen, right? So, I'm gonna do like 50. I think that's safe. 50% pan. Alright. If I do 100%, you're gonna hear it here. And it's gonna feel like there's emptiness right here in the center. You're not even gonna feel it, right? And then if I put it completely in mono, you'll hear it right here. But you can't hear it here, right? That's how that works. So we're not trying to make it extreme, but 50% is kind of subtle. So it brings it just out from being the center, because we want vocals, we want bass, okay? We want the kick. Because our kick, our bass, things like our clap, snare, they're not very melodic anyway, so we can just kind of contain that in the center, okay? And then we can spread everything else out. Now your vocals, yes, they are, more melodic and things, but we wouldn't like mono the vocals, but we're still gonna give it the center. I'm not gonna pan off the vocal to the right or the left. At least lead vocals, okay? We're not getting into background vocals, but your lead vocal is gonna sit center, and then anything else you add to the vocals can sit around it, but your vocal is gonna sit center. Alright. So this one I won't completely put in the mono because it's a clap, but I'll do like partial. So we'll kind of get some of those like lower frequencies to center, and then we'll leave the rest of the clap in stereo. All right, that's something you can do. You don't have to 100% like mono your kicks and stuff like that. What you can do is you can partially. This would also be like applying like mid-side, all right, EQ, where you can kind of come in and take those lower frequencies and you can focus them in the mid, and then you can kind of take those higher frequencies, those mids, right, and then put those to the side, the stereo, right? So you don't have to necessarily 100% it, but when it comes to stuff like kicks and things, sometimes it just makes sense, all right? Unless you have this like huge wide kick, you're not gonna notice it anyway, right? trying to make a wide kick, it doesn't matter, right? But for the sake, let's do 30. It'll definitely get those lower bass frequencies and it will center it. And then what's left will stay in stereo.
I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore.
There are some people that mono their hats. Might be one of those people. I've tried it. I personally I don't care for it. I like the partial thing. You can either do it to your drum bus or you can individually kind of handle the sounds themselves. But if you're going to do like a mid-side kind of thing, it might be better to wait and do that more in like mastering. But like just small things, yeah, you can go ahead and do that. Now, once it gets to like mastering, because mid-side is gonna mid-side everything, right? So I think the application there would be a little different. But if you're just trying to, just kind of control where things are and positioned, a little goes a long way in a mix. When you get to master, that's a completely different thing. Because if I take a mid-side and, take the bottom frequencies and want to put that mid, right? Want to put that kind of like in mono in the center, then everything's going to get it, right? From the piano, whatever's playing, those frequencies you just set up, right? They're all going there. So it's a completely different thing than saying, oh, we're just going to do a little bit to our kick, into our clap, into like certain things. So that's a whole nother thing. We never did add our compression to this bad boy, did we? I just happened to walk over that channel and I'm like, wait a minute.
One of these days is gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh yeah. One of these days when your dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh yeah. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore.
All right, there we go. Okay. Now comes the tricky part. Alright, so what I'm gonna do is that stuff's right here. That stuff's right here. For whatever reason we don't have tags. I don't know why. But let's do that. Let's route here.
Same old story back again. She's not a lover, just a friend.
I'm gonna call
Getting
this
tired, arguing to blame on
and we're actually
me.
going to take
Now you think it's funny. Now you wanna spend your money on girls, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. Call my love, ain't call again. What in the world is happening?
So this is the whole of our beat and everything that is playing when we're dealing with vocals.
Isn't it ironic? All you love, but you forgot when you were down. I was around.
Did I really do that? I really did that. All right.
I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I
really don't know why I did that.
miss you anymore.
I know what I was trying to do, and that was
Memories don't live like people
That's on me.
do.
that's my
Say
fault.
forever, me and you.
Let's do this.
I wish you'd bring back the man I knew that was
Feel better
good
now.
to me.
And then
Every time you say you're coming,
let's just call this our mix.
boy, you disappoint
the
me, honey.
And the vocals
How
will be
you
here.
forgot
Okay.
when you were down that I was around.
But let's go to our vocal.
I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Miss you.
So here's our vocal. Let's just say. She's just so good. Alright, so let's say this over to about 2K. So what we'll do is get over here to about 4. Okay, we can create a dip here, and then this one over around 2. We can create another, right? And we're not doing too much, right? We're just turning it down enough to where the vocals stick out. And those are where the fundamentals are in her vocals. So when the beat will drop in, so that it gives her vocals kind of priority. It will fill over the beat, and it just sits in with the rest of it, right? Doesn't have to be this whole dip. But you can hear how nice that sounds, right? Again, it's not about somebody just going, oh, put a dip at 160 and 300 and all the vocals are gonna wrong. All right, figure out where they are and then act accordingly. And usually you shouldn't have to go more than 2 dB to get something to duck behind something else. Okay, so 1-2 dB should allow the vocals to just pop out in front of the beat and it not be so drastic where you start losing the sound of your beat. Okay.
One of these days is gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh yeah. One of these days when your dreams come true.
Now, I pulled this off from YouTube. Apparently, it is a newly recorded vocal acapella for this song that Angie Stone did. Apparently, it's mastered already, but you know, we never take the word. So let's. with some vocals. So this is cool because you guys usually don't see me dealing with them. Well, aren't we in the wrong thing? You guys don't really see me deal with them. I'm just making beats. So I have worked with artists and things like that, but really I just make beats. I ain't making songs, and no one's in here recording anything. So hey. So I'm gonna add saturation, because you just can't overdo it unless she just sounds super distorted, right? Which she does. So it's fine.
One of these days is gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh yeah. Oh. One of these days when your dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh yeah. One of these days is gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh yeah. Oh.
You know what?
One of these days when your dreams come true,
Let's do it after.
that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh yeah. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore.
Too high.
Oh, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore.
Try not to do too much to this, so.
One of these days is gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh yeah. Oh. One of these days when your dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh yeah. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love.
What do we do? All right. So when we're compressing, we are closing the gap in the dynamic range between a sound or even a group of sounds. Say we got drums, right? There's a bunch of sounds there. But between the loudest part and the quietest part, there's a gap, that range right there. What we do is we start to compress. We're taking those peaks and we're pushing them closer to the valleys. Okay. And then likewise, once we compress, we lose volume, right? It's not as loud anymore. We're pushing those peaks down. So we have to turn the volume back up. So then the valleys, by way of compressing the peaks, get louder because we have to turn it back up. Okay? So what it ends up doing is it ends up creating more consistency across the signal. Okay? In this case, there's some parts in her vocals where she's quieter, right? And we're not gonna compress all the way till it reaches, that's too much. But what we could do is push those peaks down just enough, right? And then when we go to return the volume, then the quieter parts get a little louder because of it, right? Which makes you able to hear them more, and it doesn't feel like it gets washed out in the beat. Okay.
One of these days is gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you.
Again, all this stuff is really subtle, but it all makes a big difference in the end.
One of these days when your dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh, yeah.
So you can even hear that when she's whispering. You can hear that much better. That's how you use compression. All right. There's a few ways you can use compression, but that's like 101. All right.
One of these days is gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh, yeah.
No. Because there's always this argument, right? You EQ before you compress. Use your brain. What are we trying to do right now, right? I could have went in there and did all the EQing and then tried to compress it, but I still have these quiet parts in the track. Putting the EQ before the compression probably just gonna mess up your EQ because now you're boosting the stuff that sounds good, which makes it louder, and then you're gonna go compress it. Then you turn down the other stuff, right? So let's get this consistency thing first. Then let's worry about doing the EQ, and then if we need to, do compression again. Like, how you set up the chain, again, is to solve the problem that you're having, right? And you got a solution. It's not somebody say you should do this before this, right? That's why they tell you there's no rules. What are you trying to achieve? What is the problem here? And what are you doing to solve the problem, right? For the problem, there's a tool, right? There's a tool that you use. Hey, I'm trying to make a square. There's a tool that allows you to make a perfect square, right? You can use something else, but you may have to work harder to get that perfect square. That's all I'm trying to say, right?
One of these days is gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh, yeah.
So, sorry.
One of these days when your dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh, yeah. One of these days is gonna happen to you. Same old story back again. She's not a lover, just a friend.
So remember, the fundamentals in her vocals started in like the 400s, right? So
now you think it's funny. Now you wanna spend your money on girls, but you forgot when you were down, I was around.
So about 6K, we start to lose it.
Call my lover, Hank, call again. What in the world is happening? I'm listening, but don't yell at me. Isn't it ironic? All you wanna do is smoke chronic. Love, but you forgot when you were down, I was around. love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore.
So about the 5 to 700.
Memories don't live like people do. Said forever, me and you. I wish you'd bring back the man I knew that was good to me. Every time you say you're coming, boy, you disappoint me, honey. How you forgot when you were
So
down.
at about 3K, her vocals start to pop out. And remember, we created a dip around like the 2K area, but it's kind of wide, so it covers that 3K range, right? So bam, that is cool. That'll allow it to sit. And then over here, right, it sounds more right here in the middle. But the 700, I hear it too. So if we do it here, it might cut into the 400s. Again, I don't know what this curve looks like, but it might cut into the 400s, which will start to cut into the bass fundamentals of her voice. So it may or may not be a good idea. We could play it a little more safe here, knowing that her other fundamentals over at 3K, if it does kind of go into the 1K, we're not harming anything, right? So we could take this 700 and dip it a little bit.
Same old story back again. She's not a lover, just a friend.
Okay.
Sick and tired,
Hear that
arguing,
bossiness?
blame on me.
Then we pull it out.
Now you think it's funny.
Okay.
Now you wanna spend your money
We're
on
getting the
girls
warmth
that
right
you
here.
forgot when you were down. I was around.
So let's boost that a little bit.
Call my lover, Hank, call again. What in the world is happening? I'm listening, but don't yell at me. Isn't it ironic? All you wanna do is more chronic. Love, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Memories don't. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Eat, I can't sleep anymore.
Was it? I think it was back
One of
here.
these days is gonna happen to you.
Okay.
Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh, yeah.
All right, I think we got it.
Go ahead.
It's already got reverb on it, so
One
I'm
of these
not
days
worried
when
about
your
it.
dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh, yeah. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore.
Okay, so
Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't.
I think I like the way that is. I might adjust something over there, but
you think it's funny. Now you wanna spend your money on girls, but you forgot when you were down, I was around. Call my lover, Hank, call again. What in the world is happening? I'm listening, but don't yell at me. Isn't it ironic? All you wanna do is smoke chronic. Love, but you forgot when you were down, I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Memories don't live like people do. Say forever, me and you. I wish you'd bring back the man I knew that was good to me. Every time you say you're coming, boy, you disappoint me, honey. How you forgot when you were down that I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Miss you. One of these days is gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh yeah. One of these days when your dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh yeah. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Oh, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Oh, same old story back again. She's not a lover, just a friend. Sick and tired, arguing to blame on me. Now you think it's funny. Now you wanna spend your money on girls, but you forgot when you were down, I was around. Call my lover, Hank, call again. What in the world is happening? I'm listening, but don't yell at me. Isn't it ironic? All you wanna do is smoke chronic. Every time you say you're coming, boy, you disappoint me, honey. How you forgot when you were down that I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Miss you. One of these days is gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh yeah. One of these days when your dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you.
think I like it.
Oh yeah.
I'll see how I feel about it later.
I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for
Maybe that's
love
too
to
far.
walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore.
Alright, now.
Eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore.
Turn down. RPK. And I'm just listening to the wet signal right now, so.
Same old story back again. She's not a lover, just a friend. Sick and tired, arguing to blame on me. Now you think it's funny. Now you wanna spend your money on girls, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. Call my love, can't call again. What in the world is happening? Listening, but don't yell at me. Isn't it ironic? All you wanna do is more chronic love, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. Memories don't live like people do. Said forever, me and you. I wish you'd bring back the man I knew that was good to me. Every time you say you're coming, boy, you disappoint me, honey. How you forgot when you were down that I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Miss you.
Can't hear it, no way. Alright. Now, the crazy part is, you thought this sounded good until we put on this play reverb, and then as soon as you take it off, it just don't sound right anymore. Once you slap that on there, you can't unhear it. It's like I need that depth, I need that dimension, or it's a wrap. We can't go back. But before it was all fine, wasn't it? We were making it, we had no complaints, no nothing. And then that's like night and day. It's like night and day. You can't go back. Alright, so everything's got its space. The vocals even got reverb on them. I'm not gonna stack reverb on reverb. This just doesn't make any sense. Alright. But essentially, all we did was create a room, and then we placed all of our stuff in the room.
Just a friend, sick and tired, arguing to blame on me. Now you think it's funny.
I really like that.
Your money on girls, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. Call my love, can't call again.
It just sounds so clean.
The world is happening, listening, but don't yell at me.
But our bass, we didn't put our bass in
Isn't it ironic?
any of those buses to
All
receive
you wanna
any
do is
kind
smoke
of
chronic. Love, but
reverb
you
to it.
forgot
You want
when
to keep
you
that as
were
clean
down.
as
I
we
was
can get it.
around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Memories don't live like people do. Said forever, me and you. I wish you'd bring back the man I knew that was good to me.
And that's a wrap, right?
Every time you say you're coming, boy, you disappoint
So yeah, you
me,
guys don't
honey.
really get to see me mess with vocals very much. But that's it, right? It sounds,
Ooh.
even if I had one that wasn't
Oh,
already
yeah,
processed,
yeah.
because we still went in here and cleaned up some stuff. This sounds a lot better. Even though they said it was
Same old
mastered,
story back
at least
again.
the YouTube,
She's not a lover,
title said
just
that.
a friend.
as you can see, we
Sick
made
and
this sound
tired, arguing
3
to
times
blame
better.
on me. Now you think it's funny. Now
I don't think
you
this
wanna
sounds
spend
bad
your money
necessarily, but I don't think it
on
was
girls
mastered.
that you forgot
It might have
when you
been
were down. I was around.
mixed. But again, we added saturation,
All my
didn't do
love
anything to
can't
that.
call
You could
again.
just hear what's
What
going
in
on,
the world is happening?
right?
Listening.
And we got our own little flavor on
But don't
here.
yell at me.
Okay, just made it
Isn't
sound a
it
little better.
ironic? All you wanna do is smoke chronic. Love, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore. Waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. said forever, me and you. I wish you'd bring back the man I knew that was good to me. Every time you say you're coming, boy, you disappoint me, honey. How you forgot when you were down that I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Miss you.
Go. That's a nice little fade out. I was just letting it play till it gets to the end and then it just stops. But to have just that slight, quick fade out like that stops it from just having that like a prep. And when it gets done.
Getting tired, arguing.
You know what? I want to hear something real quick.
Now you think it's funny. Now you wanna spend your money on girls, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. Call my love, Hank, call again. What in the world is happening? Listening, but don't yell at me. Is it ironic?
I don't too much like
All
this
you wanna
because
do is more chronic.
it does some weird stuff
Love, but you forgot when you were down.
like
I
this,
was around.
which is negative.
I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't
And master
miss
you after like
anymore.
15K. Get rid of it.
Memories
Alright?
don't hit
You can
like
even see my own curve. Okay,
said
just
forever,
from my mix,
me and you.
like that. That
You
stuff gets
bring
cut
back
off.
the man I knew that
Like I
was
said, I
good
just want to hear
to
something.
me. Every time you say you're coming, boy, you disappoint me, honey. How you forgot when you were down that I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Miss you. these days when your dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh, yeah. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore.
That bass is crucial. Not bad, not bad.
Same old story back again. She's not a lover, just a friend. Sick and tired, arguing to blame on me.
Yeah, actually sounds kind of dope.
Now you think it's funny. Now you wanna spend your money on girls, but you forgot when you were down, I was around.
Now, when we get ready for that,
Call my lover, Hank, call again. What in the world is
I'll be breaking out these bad boys.
listening? But don't yell at me.
But I know in Ozone you can get a
Isn't
little
it
crazy.
ironic?
You can have the AI kind of
All you
listen to
wanna
it.
do is
Like I said,
moronic.
the stuff that the AI
But
be
you
doing.
forgot when you were down, I
Y'all
was
don't
around.
get trapped in that. Now, if you don't know what you're doing or you just want something
I
done really
can't
quick,
eat, I can't sleep
But
anymore.
a lot of times
Waiting
that
for love
that
to
thing
walk
be
through
ruining
the
you.
door. I
I remember when I got it, I was like, man, it's gonna put us all out of business. Or this might save me some time. Man, I used it. Yeah, it gets louder because it has a limiter at the end. And it does, try and add some, kind of spread the track, right? So you have the exciter and all that. And it's cool, but it's like the way it analyzed it, especially on the EQ side of things, you're like, nah, we gotta go in here and we gotta change some stuff up ASAP because I don't want this running like that. Nah, that's not it. But it's cool, even if you like use it and then just kind of tailor it like what I was just doing, and then just be like, okay, instead of it like that, I don't need you opening up 20 kilohertz. I'm gonna chop that off like 15K cut. Either do roll off or do like a shelf. 32, 40 hertz, right? Most speakers, right? Like shelf speakers, you got your left to right, whatever, right? 40 is about the lowest it goes, 40 hertz. And then the subs pick up. It's kind of under that, but you need a really, really good sub to pick up like super sub frequencies. Like you're trying to get, below 32 hertz or something. Like you really gonna need some money, right? And even then, does it even make sense? Like all of that for what? For what? A little rumble, So a lot of tracks, once they get mastered, they usually chop them off at 40 hertz on the low end, 15K on the high end, because most people, talking about adults here, most people after the 15K range, they can't hear very well. That's why most of your songs, when you play them, they sound really good. And they kind of just sound like they're somewhere in the middle, right? There's not a lot of stuff going on in the high end. There's not a lot of stuff going on in the low end. Even though you're getting a rumble, it's not a super deep rumble or nothing like that, right? After about 40 hertz, or like I said, it may go down a bit more, but you're not picking that up, not with your show speakers. All right, so headphones may, it just depends, right? It depends on the type of headphones. You could always read that information and see what your EQ curve looks like. Or what is not EQ curve, but the not the impedance either. It's something, but it'll tell you. It'll say like 20 hertz to 20K, like you'll see on microphones, right? It'll tell you the range that it can pick up. Or if you have studio monitors, you'll definitely pick them up, but not so great just because they're not really big speakers. But subs, a really good sub, like I said, and it's probably going to be a heavy, big, bad boy. It'll pick it up. Like this one I got under here. I don't even connect that bad boy. This whole block would be shaking. Whole block would be shaking, but I still got it. It just stays under my desk. It weighs about 60 pounds if I remember correctly. You guys might have seen me post a picture of it. And in my chair, it comes up to like right here, right from the seat. If I sit it on here, it's a big, and it takes up this whole area. I think it's huge, all right? And it's got some knobs and stuff in the back, but yeah, that thing right there. But these are crazy enough. Just my monitors. So I finally got the upgrade, and we went from, which I still have up there, those little they're either 3-inch or 4-inch speakers. Now we have 6.5, and then these are active monitors, whereas the smaller ones I had were passive. So each one of these speakers has its own power source, has its own volume knobs, all that, and I say on each one, it's maybe up a little past halfway. Speakers aren't even at the max, but I can still rock this house. I can still rock this house. So turning it up all the way down the street. Down the street. That's a wrap right there.
Same old story back again. She's not a lover, just a friend. Sick and tired, arguing to blame on me. Now you think it's funny. Now you wanna spend your money on girls, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. Call my love, ain't call again. What in the world is happening? I'm listening, but don't yell at me. Isn't it ironic? All you wanna do is smoke chronic. Love, but you forgot when you were down.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna let this want to bounce this, I will sometime tomorrow give this a listen. Try and be on. Let's get that other beat mixed down tomorrow. Maybe I'll try and be on earlier, because both days, right? Yesterday or Friday and Saturday, I've been late to the party. All right. So I'll try and be on a little earlier. Let's get that beat mixed down. And if I can, I'll go listen to that other one too. The Notation 3 one. I think that one's pretty much done. We just need to kind of swap out that one percussive instrument that we had selected, or that library. Like find something that works a little bit better, and then we can have two tracks to play with and mix down. Okay, so appreciate you guys stopping by, listening to my rants, and making this music. I do have a community project on the way. I know a lot of content creators are getting into gaming now, so we've been taking, or at least I have, right? Been taking video game tracks, alright? And we've been doing stuff, alright? Chopping them up, doing all kind of stuff like that. So I can't wait till I can actually release that for everyone to kind of run with or do what they gotta do. Priorities. I gotta get my practice in. This stuff is helping, alright? Do you hear this stuff? Alright? I gotta get my practice in. And that's gonna help in the long run too. Especially with this project that I got going on. Because there's 1,000,001 video games, okay? So, and that's a lot of music to pull from. So, I'm happy to start it. It'll probably carry on for some time, and what comes of it, I don't know. But what I do know is y'all are worth it. So and I was told this right here is rocking. Look, you guys I love the feedback. I appreciate it. I appreciate those of you that I'm meeting that are also on your journey of producing, engineering, right? Rapping, singing, whatever you got going on. Hopefully, maybe one day we'll work. But for now, everybody's doing their own thing. The only thing I gotta say with that is keep it up. Don't stop. Reach the top, alright? And may next year be the one. This year you're definitely seeing something, you'll see some things taking off. But if you stay with it, next year. Mark my words. Alright, could we play this one? Yeah. Alright. Now I'm gonna exit. Remember, stay patient, remain diligent, and as always, be majestic. Peace.
Same old story back again. She's not a lover, just a friend. you think it's funny. Now you wanna spend your money on girls, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. Call my lover, Hank, call again. What in the world is happening? I'm listening, but don't yell at me. Isn't it ironic? All you wanna do is more chronic love, but you forgot when you were down. I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Memories don't live like people do. Say forever, me and you. I wish you'd bring back the man I knew that was good to me. Every time you say you're coming, boy, you disappoint me, honey. How you forgot when you were down that I was around. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Miss you. One of these days is gonna happen to you. Missing the love like I'm missing you. Oh yeah. One of these days when your dreams come true, that's the one that's gonna do it to you. Oh yeah. I can't eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Eat, I can't sleep anymore, waiting for love to walk through the door. I wish I didn't miss you anymore. Yeah.